Yeah, you stayed with it. Dude, I forgot how sticky was. Yeah.
Is this your old stuff?
Yeah, this is my also file. So this
Yeah, it's like a
basically this is a matrix class, and I just wrote a proof that the transpose of a matrix is the same matrix, which actually took more work than I expected because I didn't define matrices the way they define matrices in MATLAB.
So they do it as like a map out of something.
Yeah, but mine is backed by a vector, and a vector is backed by an array, so it's like much better. So like vector, basically like in the type has the size of the vector, so, which I think is nice.
This is what I did. I did not try proving anything. Line 78. Or S, because I think S is just float.
Wait.
Yeah.
I don't get it. What's the S? Array scale. Oh, yes, of course, yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
S is
And
some constant I defined somewhere else.
and PF is just the proof that this
Yeah.
data is size. Okay, yeah.
The
Okay.
sorry I got from Sideway. Sorry proof is like sorry, except it prevents code and not just proofs from being generated. The whole thing will crash and tell you
Yeah.
because I don't want the code erased. Just proofs.
What do you mean the code erased?
So not erased. Non-computable. Like you can if some chain of like your actual executable code is a sorry somewhere and there's not going to execute code. It's not going to generate code to execute.
It would never generate code. Venus proof erasure, right? So
yeah, that's what I'm saying. The sorry it's essentially verifying that the sorry is only being used for things that are proofs, not just values.
Interesting. I see.
Because I can say this too, that my data is sorry, and I'll be valid because it's a proof of false, so anything will work. But this is obviously nonsense.
So it'll just be like uninitialized.
Yeah, it'll have some safety mechanism to crash or at least warn you.
Gotcha. Of course. Yeah.
This is just I embrace the
sorry anyway.
I embrace the philosophy of use sorry to the point it looks a bit ugly because this is still better than a comment because it is code. It's no worse than a comment ever. If you have the discipline to not try and prove everything, in which case it is worse than a comment because it'll suck up a bunch of time.
So I unfortunately did go with the prove everything approach, but the downside is that the downside is it took a lot of time, but the upside is my vector is now goaded and it works. So
I mean, I would write the properties of the proof and just fill in with sorries and then look back to it.
The other downside is once you start writing sorry, GitHub Copilot starts writing sorry as well. So
Cursor has not had this issue, thankfully. Also, I highly recommend Cursor. I guess you'll see it today.
Yeah.
Are
we doing pair programming? Are you going to be the main author and I'll just comment, or do you want me to write, or how do you want to do?
Let's see, because I've got the big screen. We can start with me typing. Then
yeah. That sounds good.
Actually, even in this line 93, where I say the matrix, rows, columns, and therefore the backing vector has rows times columns, I'm not actually checking it. But because I control the values, typically this still gives me like useful access to the type system without having to check every property. Although really it should have like a proof of data and just filled in with a sorry.
So I also proved I think I like my vector, my matrix vector. It's a vector of vectors, so it's by definition pretty solid, and it has all of the necessary things like
the ever popular zipwith.
Dude, I love zipwith. Yeah, it's so good. Yeah, it's just transpose.
I just really like the yellow pieces for the outside.
Oh yeah, it goes hard.
Right.
Yeah, but let's not do that first. Let's just write tiny grad or micrograd. Just
by autograd I don't mean the library, I mean automatic gradient.
No. That's what I meant. Okay, so first we have to define a value class or value trait. I don't think we need this space.
This is not the thing, but
That's pretty funny.
okay, the data probably is a float realistically. It was
Yeah, let's go with this for now.
Another thing for later. Learning how to use Lean's foreign function interface. I've heard that Haskell has a good one too, but people tend to avoid it because they hate it, but Copilot can make this bearable. And
Yeah.
wrapping a few things like NumPy and more importantly like some plotting library would make Lean a lot nicer.
I agree. There's also like I really wish there's a lean notebook type feature. I feel like that would be very helpful.
It kind of is a notebook because of the proof widgets allow you can put arbitrary react in here. Someone has it for a Rubik's Cube in 3D.
Oh, I know, I've seen that.
Yeah.
I really want.
I think in some ways this is actually better than the Jupyter notebook,
I think it is, but I just have to figure out how to use it.
but in other ways it's like not better. Yeah, let's use this in the test suite.
Okay. So we need to make a better init function. Well, did it just copy the entire thing?
Mhm.
Oh, it did.
No. I pasted that in
Okay.
just now.
Gotcha.
So- This is the part I like. Where it's good at picking up on edits like that.
Nice.
And it also tries to predict where you're gonna go next. You can't actually make C with all of that. Okay, this is API design part. Because it's pure and micrograds are
Um, we don't actually. Okay, so I was gonna say when you say plus equals, what you're basically doing is defining a new variable called c, which is just c plus. So let's not deal with mutability. Let's just do like plus, and then you define a new variable from there. So okay, so I guess but the real killer is like what happens when you do the backwards, right? Because it normally goes through and like sets variables, which is different.
Yeah, that was the part where I got stuck.
Um, so we can take a look at how it's probably worthwhile to just go through and take a look at what other pure
So Haskell.
yeah Haskell.
There's that's AD. I think AD does it in some super generic ways. Usually the simplest way to do autodiff, although only forward mode, is by using the dual numbers.
Oh, dude, I learned about the dual numbers like a couple days ago. They're pretty sick.
Weakened hyperreals. Still useful, but weakened. Because they're only a ring, because they have zero divisors, because of the whole squaring to zero
Yeah.
property. It's just like not necessary to have them square to zero. You can keep the higher order parts and then just like throw them away.
Gotcha. I yeah, for me, I guess I would only use them for like doing uh some kind of like um forward mode differentiation.
The jacks thing is something on how you can apparently do backward as well, but that's currently beyond their ken
Yes.
for now.
Use grad BP. Interesting.
Grad Pro. All right, if you will.
Yeah. Here you
So
go.
I thought you would appreciate this. The etching on it is a section from a larger quote that the Fields Medal takes from. The Fields Medal's words are
Nice.
"Tum hoke mundi," whatever. It's like rise above yourself and grasp the world over. It's really transcend conditioning and make yourself master of the universe. Because the whole quote is it's from Menelaus' Astronomica, which is the oldest known guide to astrology.
Mhm.
Yeah, and it takes the form of a story where Menelaus plays some old master laying out how the stars dictate
Yeah.
your fate and fate controls everything and blah blah
Gotcha.
blah. And then his disciple starts saying that this is getting needlessly obscure and esoteric. And then he replies, "The object of your quest is God. You're seeking to scale the skies, and though born beneath the rule of fate, you want to understand fate's law. You're seeking to transcend conditioning and make yourself master of the universe. The toil involved matches the prize to be won, nor are such high attainments achieved without high prices."
Interesting.
I wish that should have this kind of like power-seeking spirit now. Mathematicians.
Yeah, you know, that's the thing. I think anyone who wants to become a mathematician must like, or wants to become a math as a profession, like basically has no power-seeking spirit in them, because you have to accept that you're not gonna make money. You're gonna be toiling away all day for very little reward. But maybe like
Maybe it's worth it.
yeah, maybe it's like worth it for like a chance to do something amazing.
I think
Probably because it doesn't compile.
that's normally not an issue, actually. You can just put like nonsense. It will try to do it blockwise, which is good to do. Something. Ah, there it is. Ah,
Sorry, I'm just reading this.
I'm gonna look at micrograd and see if something comes up. His commit message for the init was just ha
Chad.
just for an empty init. So the way he normally does it, yeah, it starts out with data, the backwards function, which is then overloaded, previous, which is also overloaded. He does focus on doing it sort of immutably with all the casting to tuples. I
Yeah.
think that might be more habit than anything.
So the other thing which comes to mind is just when you do the backwards, literally like spit out a new variable that contains the backwards.
I'm fine with that to start. I'm not too worried about making this efficient just yet.
But before, I mean, yes, but also before we go for this, I also think we should take a look at like what other people are doing, just so we have a good. But I think that's a good place to start. But I do not just some reason I do not.
So it does have auto diff, but that's more sophisticated. That's how to do something.
How does he? How did he do it?
That's a question only he can answer. This has like this has basically just been hand like hacking. I don't even think that code compiles right now.
Oh my goodness.
Because it uses something in Mathlib that's just like not synced up with Mathlib. So it's like,
Interesting. Got a hash back. Oh my goodness.
I think it's just levels for it.
Yeah.
All
I
the
see.
same levels. Let me core maybe. Siling. Siling tactic auto search for.
I search for autograd.
Oh,
Nice. Tactic autograd. Sorry.
this one. Function. Scalar gradient, scalar. What's the maybe scalar gradient? I think you can actually click on this.
Oh yeah, here we go. That's scalar gradient. X to K. X.
Reverse speed derivative. No, see. K is some field, which because he's trying to do it generically over the wheels and complexes. I think.
I see.
Dot to the second field of whatever structure that returns.
Hmm.
And I know I think the lines.
Semi-adjoint.
Instead of single. Yeah, we have this.
Oops. Sorry, my darn computer is like freezes every 5 seconds. I don't know why.
Maybe use some of the maths.
Yeah.
What was that? Oh, like 30. No, it's just a check.
What if I just look that? Oh yeah, here we go. Rep C derivative. Oh my goodness. What does non-repeatable mean again?
Code should not be generated for this because it requires some function that's not computable in general. I think what he does, however, because he obviously wants to compete with it, he
Yeah.
constructs a tree of the non-computable functions, or a DAG rather, and they're replaced. He'll walk it using its metaprogramming to replace it with some approximation that is computable. And the approximation. The example he gives is something like,
Wait, where does he write about this? The readme.
yeah, say first class, any function can be purely symbolic, blah blah blah. Functions like gradient, integral, or limit are inherently non-computable. Well, yeah,
Yeah.
because determining if a continuous function is continuous at a given point is undecidable to begin with. So
Yeah.
obviously, any analysis thing is never going to be decidable,
Yes.
but they carry meaning. So we have tools to manipulate or approximate them with actually computable function. So, well, it isn't best. Maybe some harmonic oscillator. It looks like he's gone fairly deep into this rabbit hole because we have to walk like 4 down the call stack to find the function, which is we're still not even done with.
Dude, yeah. For real. I really don't know how far down I want to go. That's like I don't think we should take it his way.
Yeah, let's do another. This is like
So there are two ways we could approach this actually.
you know,
The first way is to do it in C and then just make bindings to Wing, which is and discharge everything with starter proofs. Advantages are get mutability for free uh, without any hassle, but we have to like not take care not to expose this in a way that would make that violence against contracts. Yeah.
because it was only salient, only if I was paid for it, I think. Or
I don't mind.
so that's not true.
C is actually a good language. People dunk on C unfairly.
I dunked on C because it's erased graded pointers basically immediately, making them mostly useless.
They are useless, but you should just okay. So I'm writing a new language to fix C's flaws, but honestly, it's turning into its own thing, which is nice.
Nonetheless, I would rather write Rust than C.
Strong agree, strong.
As just like a man and not a man.
Certainly. The alternative is we can do this purely for educational purposes in Lean, but then it'll be slow because we'll have to return the
I would rather do that. I think it's easier to write something that's working and slow and then make it faster than the other way.
well, so there's a caveat here, which is if you do something um um completely like in a different way that will
Like
never scale up.
unsustainably slow.
Well, yeah, because there's a hard limit here, which is that you don't get to like scale it up or like make it any faster because you wrote it all in Lean and there's nothing to do about that.
I just thought of something though. Jax has this guy called autograd. Implement your own Jax. That one is like goes quite down the rabbit hole, but I think we actually could handle it. And in particular, I read their thread. The original version, yeah, the original version was written in Haskell, and Jax already favors essentially purely functional approach. It's even trying to, if you like skim that, you'll see
Yeah.
that it's trying to do a monad. Well, now we have monads.
Oh, noted. Interesting.
Like right here. Okay, like right there, sum type. Because I think it was originally literally the primitive as a sum type instead of being shit with strings.
Yeah.
These combined ones. What they do to get around like the untypingness of it is the convention that all the named arguments can be dictionaries, and the positional arguments have to be a Jax array as a monolithic data type.
Got it.
Okay, then they have all these tracers, and this is the part that made me think of it in the slow bit, where I think the way Jax gets around it, because it tries for a mostly pure approach, is it has these Jax spurs, like S expressions.
Yeah.
And then we'll have some optimization phase to fix
Yeah.
stuff, and then it will actually generate. And I think this is how they get a mostly pure approach.
But where do they store the like when they're doing the forward prop, right? They have to store like the values that they just propagated some, right? So what they end up creating? I'm fine with like with statically creating a graph. So it's fine with by me if we create like if once we do our computation we create a graph object like sort of like TensorFlow, and then we can just deal with that graph object.
Plus this primitive. Like tangents is just over for derivatives because all those
What's a primal?
primal and dual. Oh, I think a primal tangent pair. When you're just using the dual numbers, I think the tangent is basically the scalar component of where the infinitesimal term, and then the standard term would be primal. Like 2 plus epsilon would be
Oh, I see. Yes, I see. Okay, that makes sense. Oh, nice. So just do. That's cool. Oh, this is forward mode. Yes, of course. But we want to do backward mode.
So should we back actually? Word, maybe the double back to the
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Oh, this is actually interesting. Similarly, the Jacobian product needs a way to represent the computation for the backward pass, the reverse. We use the same Jaxper program representation for both. We need a program representation for JIT, because of course.
Yeah.
For computation, we will stage of JIT, we need to both represent its data, and build it up as we trace the Python. Okay, this sounds like a great section.
Yeah. So what we don't even need to trace the Python. We can just statically create this graph by using operator overloading.
I'm gonna bet that's the wiki page for free object.
Wait.
Oh, I was right.
I don't even know what free object is.
Here, I can just tell you.
Okay. Yeah.
Because, like, literally 5-minute category theory lesson.
Yes.
Use this for. You've actually run into free objects literally every day you program because the most common example is strings.
Yeah.
And this is also why you're always parsing out of a string, but never really into one.
Unless I'm print.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, besides like an identity map.
Sure. Yeah.
You're not non-trivially doing it, usually. The diagram we use for a free object is like two objects, A, B, F. Ooh. They're not supposed to be the free object of A. I think this one is unique.
What does this mean?
To go from any function from A to B, it's equivalent to map into some free object and then usually take. Yeah. But for example, this is how you can show there's no set of all groups, or there's no group of all groups, there's no thing of all things. Not just for Russell's paradox, but you can see it if assuming there's no set of all sets, because you can turn every set into a group in the most trivial, or rather co-trivial way. Because like turning a group into a set is trivial. You just take the set and you forget the group structure, right?
I just know. Okay, forgive you. I'm not imagining.
Yeah.
Like, what do you mean by group here?
A group is a set S with some operation. Like usually, if it's commutative, it's written as a plus. Otherwise, as a times. It generalizes
okay.
like arithmetic.
Okay.
It's
Yeah, I
and
get it.
stuff.
Yes.
Oh, and it has like a 0 or a 1 for second.
Okay. That makes sense. All right. Virtual. And then, yeah, obviously to turn a group into a set, you just
Yeah,
cross
just
all
like-
dots terms. Okay.
And then you have a set.
Yes.
Going the other way, it's called a free group, where you let the generators of your group, or actually, let's take a free vector space, because although it's technically more complicated, it's probably more familiar nonetheless. Every element of your set, even if it's infinite, will be a basis element that is declared by like, God's word to just be different from each other.
Okay,
And that
yeah.
the only relation is if you can literally write them as the same expression, are they equal? So like I know 1 plus a is never equal to anything other than 1 plus a. There is no reduction rule, so that you can write it to something simpler.
So, but like, since the vector space, I can do like 1 plus a plus 1 plus a. And that's like a valid thing.
Yeah, you're allowed to use the rules, the axioms of the structure in question, but that's all you're allowed to use.
Interesting.
Like you,
Why do people want this though? What does it get you?
because people don't usually want this in code, certainly not. But it gives this, because everything's in the free objects, they're enormous. Like in fact, it is a fact that any object is always the quotient of some free object. So if you take, it's like building things in this ultimate bottom up to top down way, where I guess the bottom up is every element becomes a generator, so it's like 2 bottom up. But then once you have the completed free object, people usually just like start with that and then take slices of it to get everything else. And it lets you prove various things because like it carries all the structure of a vector space, a group, whatever, but nothing else, and provably nothing else. And then like the tensor algebra, you can take a free vector space and you quotient by the relations that assure that some expression A tensor B would be bilinear.
Got it.
Yeah, that's free object.
That's cool.
The way that like I've seen free used in like Haskell as well, which is probably where they originally got it, where you can build up some interpreter in a way that I believe a fuzzy idea of would have to walk through its code. But I think the idea is to not actually build up the entire object because that's usually impossible. In fact, a free object with even 2 generators is already like a free group with 2 generators actually contains all the other free groups as subsets.
What's a generator again? Is it just
Like a basis element.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
A free group with 2 generators contains all the other ones?
Yeah, because this is actually maybe not as surprising as it sounds. Because let them be 0 and 1 binary. You can represent everything in binary. Because you can come up with some coding. Like if you have the free group and 3 generators, you come up with some coding to make like the third one generate from the other 2 somehow, or some expression.
That does not sound that obvious because I thought we assumed that they were like what is it, orthogonal, so you can't really. And like the third one is also orthogonal to that one, right?
Yeah, you're right. That's not that true. Thanks for the Artin Scribe theorem, so we can put a pin in that.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I'm just scrolling through to see the overall steps. Simple interpreter, and then Okay, so we get this Jaxper, which is like a data structure representing the graph of the code.
An interpret global data, a builder object which keeps track of everything.
Basically, they're just constructing this graph. Let's assume that we can do this. It seems doable.
Okay, so some optimizations.
Yeah, we can use some abstract interpretation and do some optimization later. Then
Limitation, because of how fine top traits offers a data dependence, we can't
it
stay
has
all
fine
fine.
top trace.
I think it takes the stack and just like finds the one that is like in scope currently. What you do this, the stack is like of a bunch of interpretation context, like interpretations of the rules are being added and popped on the fly. And just like figure out, okay, what set of rules applies
Yeah.
in whatever code is tracing. And that's a Jaxper.
It says it's kid stage of all primitive operate.
Let something in.
Okay, I'm actually not sure this applies to this is just a Python license. Well, let's just assume it's that
Yeah.
because it doesn't seem like that. Okay, then we do a JIT, we do some processing.
Find takes Python callable. Okay, I see now what the final and the stage thing is.
I don't know what this is. We have never used JIT.
I think in this, okay, yeah. We defer forming a Jaxper until as late as possible.
Yeah.
Until running the final interpreter at the bottom of this stack. So we swap it in and stage out rather than execute them. Transformations get applied as we execute the callable. It's a general policy that allows higher order primitives not to raise the abstraction level of their arguments. It also allows data dependent stage processing. Before we use make Jaxer to form a Jaxer up front and be done with a Python callable. In this case, make Jaxer for looks like it's trace at the top of the stack and no transformations below.
Sorry, I just want to see what actually happens. Like what is the nearized thing and so on.
Yeah, let's see.
Okay, so they use XLA,
Mhm.
which is not a bad idea, honestly. This looks interesting.
Direct translation, direct delete C in a value, abstract values. Return the operation applied to the values. Wait, do you delete them and then immediately apply them? No, that's just in values on abstract values. Okay. I'm realizing this print.
It is certified costly.
Like I used the Haskell for 6 months before finding
Yeah.
out it had debug trace. And
Oh my goodness.
reading people's code on Reddit that you don't need a debugger made me violently angry.
Literally this. It's so annoying to debug some functional programming. It's hard to do print. I did go through this in more detail.
Oh, I think this is where the backward pass is, by the way.
Part 4.
Yeah. We'll probably only get through, well, probably definitely only get through some small part of it today.
Yeah. It is.
The etymology of patience is literally suffering.
Many such cases.
In terms of actual which is awesome. Oh, the tangent type of.
What is the tangent type again? Like,
I don't know what they mean. When I think tangent type, I think like the tangent space at a point, so a t of a point, which would return either like some fixed vector in this infinitesimal space, and because these points are the standard points are all different, the vectors are independent of each other. Yeah, linear.
I think that makes sense.
At least they're linearly independent over the limited hypervariables. Actually, we can use the lollipop.
What? I've never seen the lollipop.
I have. Yeah, a linear function. Although usually when it's linear, it means that every variable in the input is used exactly once.
That's what I know linear is.
That notation means that too.
Really?
Yeah. Although I thought the lollipop base is the other way, but
Okay.
we have the delays that are.
Oh, and they are talking about linear usage. Like, we have a special word. First, you can use the unrestricted non-linear way. And second, the linear way.
I'm so
Yeah. Actually, I don't know if we can represent linear.
Yeah. I mean, Rust can do affine, not linear.
No. It is linear in the sense that if you write your custom drop implementation, then you can.
Okay. Probably does not have that. Idris does, but I'm not switching to Idris.
No. It's bad. I looked at it. It's like, my functional language will be linear because it will literally compile out to C. So it's gonna be.
Have you seen ATS?
I have. I was literally looking into it the other day, but it seems cursed and it hasn't been updated in years. So
I first found it just like on the internet. That's what
Yeah.
it was like years ago. But then I saw this guy on YouTube give a talk at Strange Loop where he says, "I'm not gonna gaslight you. This is the hardest language I've ever learned."
oh my god.
I just liked that guy. He's just like with you in the trenches, just telling you how it is, and then he shows you some of his code, and yeah, it's awful. The idiom I really hate is when it does shit like this, like T at sign PE for type.
Why?
Why the keyword? Because the at sign like indicates something, and it's using this pun in some annoying, like overly clever way that I hate.
But why? But like, why? Why can it be at type? Like, why did they put the T in front of the at? Who chose that?
T at sign PEs are not even a line. No, I think it really is.
That actually like.
It's made by one dude.
Yeah. And the funny part is, he's definitely like Chinese because he did like the radical. He made a lambda radical inside of like the thing, like, yes.
Oh yeah, I see.
Yeah, like he made the lambda radical and he put some. I don't know what this is. I don't know what this radical is, but I just thought it was funny.
Languages with too many dollar signs, like looking back.
I think I'm using $1 to do macros like Rust because
Oh,
I don't.
that's at least the expected one. Even the dollar sign for that.
Yeah. The part of this it's why does it have to be 180 lines of code? I'm pretty sure I can finish my compiler in under 15K. Like this is insane. I don't.
I think at some point it was 15 lines of code. 15,000 lines of code.
It's just hard. I wanted to write in less lines of code, but it's just hard to get it down. And the more compressed you make it, the more curse tricks you have to do. And especially because I'm handling my own person, it takes a long time.
Well, I appreciate like less code. I like to think of also like the tightness of its factoring, and I like to leave some gaps in there.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? I wanna make it readability number one, code size number two, right?
Okay.
First make it readable, then worry about making it it's compact.
I do have to restrain myself often from just like little bits of cleverness because I get like the appeal of like the at sign, stupid idioms like that.
I don't get what the deal is with the ad sign. I literally don't understand it.
Whatever the meta, not that specific one,
yeah.
but just like having a little bit of cleverness and noticing like some
Yeah.
double punning. But I've seen people complain about man pages because they're from like India and they don't understand one line is just a joke and they take it totally seriously.
Oh yeah,
I mean, I wouldn't want to like completely excise humor, but
Yeah.
it helps.
that is true.
I'm glad programmers don't have this cope about language universalism and it's just like English.
That is true. Yeah, I mean it is like there's nothing to do with it. And also English is a great language. It's got its flaws, but for the most part it has the features that I like in languages.
I'm wondering why. Look at all these deletion calls. It's not just the one we saw there.
My guess is they delete them to express that they're unused. So they just not have them right there.
I mean, like, only the top level. Yeah. I'm looking at the tracer stack. Purely, at least the tracer is literally just a monad. Look at it. Its only
Yeah.
functions are pure and lift.
That is pretty basic.
Like pure, obviously, is just the inject. Lift.
I don't know if you know what lift is.
I have a suspicion it's the no, it can't be the bind. I think bind is they call bind one. The methods pure and lift just box the value. What's the difference? Pure equals lift. Oh, for fuck's sake.
That's hilarious.
Then why not fix it?
They're trolling. I think lift
Pure is called on non-tracer constants, and lift is called for values that are already tracers but from a lower level interpreter. They could share the same implementation by distinguishing them. You can provide more information to trace.
which is I'm sure this in more details. Yes, of course. Just see if we can
One of the creators, or the dog guy, David Frank Christensen, he was saying recently that he likes the linear types from Idris and sometimes misses them. You can implement this as an after the fact checker.
yeah, let's just not worry about it. We can probably do something about it later, but we can just assume that it's we would the partner and
Yeah.
but it's some starter proofs. What?
It just said dubious non-continuity, which is a funny phrase.
Okay.
We perform partial evaluation. Oh, I'm so glad already. The auto currying. This is a feature that Swift have as well. Like you can partially apply
Yeah.
functions that they got rid of because people hated it. Found it confusing. But this is a feature where actually the muggles need to change their mind because I'm not going to change mine about this.
So base.
'Cause I love partial evaluation. It's such an elegant feature to me, and I hate doing the thing of like the builder idiom. I hate it so much.
What the heck is a builder?
It's we have some object and you try to initialize it in pieces. So you create a builder,
Oh,
and then when
yes,
it's fully
yes.
built, can you return the value of the actual object and
Oh,
not the builder
yeah,
of the
yeah.
object? That's some bullshit. I'd rather just like have the type checker handle it.
That makes sense. Yeah. The downside is I mean I understand model builder because the main issue is that the ergonomics can be very poor if you have like a constructor function with like 15 billion different parameters. The only way it works is if you have defaults for all of them, which I guess is fine.
Yeah, Lean allows defaults though, and
Yeah.
named arguments
Yeah.
thankfully.
Yeah.
Already improving it over Haskell and OCaml.
True.
Actually, OCaml was default arguments too. just over Haskell. I'm glad to never have to use like flip and those functions, which I hate them so much. If we get up to this point, I think basically everything except the XLAs like would be straightforward, conditional on finishing the stuff before, and
Yeah,
I expect it to initially just be like that, and then to get easier,
yeah.
like noticeably easier.
I guess I want to understand why are we linearizing in the first place? Like, what does it mention why we have to?
Now we can measure this. Well, here's an example where today. Now I'm wondering if this linearize means the same thing, though it's calling the linearize function, and it's
But it literally
taking the
talks. It literally talks about the same stuff that we mean by linearized because it talks about like, oh, you can use one of it in an unrestricted fashion, the other one is in a like, look, if unrestricted use of iniquitous, or the first element can be used in an unrestricted, non-linear way. So it seems like they're using it in the same sense that we are.
This notation is just meant to express that the function Jacobian vector product of f uses its first input in a nonlinear way, the second in linear, blah blah blah, producing a corresponding nonlinear output, which can be nonlinear. It is useful for partial evaluation. I probably type the little maybe there's some relationship between derivatives and linear type theory unknown to both of us, which easily seems
No,
possible.
I mean it's possible, but also my guess is they just didn't bother to talk about it because the guy assumed everyone knew what he was talking about because he's been deep embedded in Jax for years.
True. That said, if he's expecting someone to move in by part two,
I think by part two he's lost all the casual features.
you
Then you Google auto explained. Surely
know, we might have to be the change. I'll just look at auto type. This is not a good sign.
so
My own attempt, which didn't work for like months ago, is like the highest one besides the although you know, I can probably do it with something better. Nope, not at all actually.
interesting.
There's literally no one done this successfully.
Not a good sign.
There's a guy working at it like right now. His last commit was a week ago. Finally, Jacobian vector product, but JIT is working. Okay, if it can work in OCaml, it can for sure work here. But I do want to see if he uses a good computer build.
And you need to control that word.
Does OCaml have a mute?
Why is your trap so broken?
I have no idea what's up. Oh, yeah. That was
No, he doesn't. Oh, yeah, he does. He has like one mutable.
Module builder.
But dude, it's broken for me too. What the heck? I think it might just be a GitHub thing. It's the sheer power, the pure power of the Bizarre.
Like global data. Global.
Maybe accelerators requires it, even your rest would explain it.
Let's say linear in there.
Certainly not. Stable HMO.
Okay. Global. If you have a need to store some global state, which are certain functions modify. It's basically saying to wrap it in a you give it a read or something.
Yeah.
That's acceptable to me.
Reasonable.
But they can also deal with just like passing it as an extra argument and then
Yeah.
just ask Copilot to make a hunt.
Gotcha.
You want back under. Been known to use top level real estate with unsafe IMI, implicit parameters, and the use of a VNet. It's like a little interesting. And of course the link.
Classic Haskell.
That's for another game. Guessing if the link's gonna be broken.
Well, if it's red, then it's a good sign. Bad sign.
Haskell is implicit parameters. Oh.
Dude, I'm low key gonna do implicit parameters in the type process. I really like how Scala does it.
The new one.
Like instead of having to deal with instancing, like I should do it the way Lean does it. Hey, we're not necessarily Lean, but like I like the fact that implicit parameters are a very general thing that you can use to like handle allocators as well.
Yeah.
And
I think this is what people in Scala didn't like about them, of like it's more mortal users.
yeah, you can abuse them pretty badly, but I probably yeah. I guess they do sort of suck, but like I don't know. I feel like the trade-offs are worth it. The alternative is to use like type classes, which is also which is automatic instancing or like automatic search to figure out which one to insert. But that's also like kind of okay. Versus with here, you can at least see like what's getting put inside.
And you can also pass it explicitly.
Yeah, and you can have multiple implementations for a given type class, which is cool. Oh yeah, I need to. This guy hasn't responded to me, so I'm not sure. Because okay, so I was supposed to meet him at lunch at 12, but then I was like, can you do 12:30 actually? And he hasn't responded. Yeah, just following. Okay, let's take. I'll probably head out in 15 minutes, so that so as not to like be late for the other.
I forget it.
Oh, you got a car?
Yeah.
Oh, epic. Yeah. Could you
I
like?
offered to pick you up. Did I not?
Oh yeah, you did. But I like, but I was already walking. I was like, whatever, I'll walk. Nice morning.
Yeah. Oh, it's a nice morning.
It is.
Well, I'll back.
Thank you so much. Okay, so
Stable flow. I'm satisfied to bind it to basically any of them because I figure binding it to one, binding it to the subsequent ones should be a lot easier.
yeah, honest. No, here's the thing. XLA is like the state of the art.
Right.
So
Suits me fine.
so like it's. That being said, I don't know how close to this, and I think it's worthwhile to do a little bit more research before we decide to.
Yeah. But I do
Well-
want to get like at least a little bit of code.
That is true, but at the same time, like it's probably worth to like measure twice and cut once,
Mhm.
in some sense.
So let's take a closer look at stable flow. Is this the implementation or spec? What's the name of this one?
That's good.
Works as a portability. Since I watched Todd's yesterday,
Yeah,
this is what he was giving his vision a team or tiny, whichever grad he has.
tiny bit.
'Cause he also has teeny grad as the simpler reference. That's 1,000 lines.
I think his obsession with line count is bad because if you go on a tiny grad like doc, you'll find that they don't really line like boundaries. So a lot of people just go like write really long lines of code, which is not optimal.
It's not program. Is this thing that programs a list of functions, a set of functions?
Oh, a program is just a list of functions. So you can have many.
Oh, so it's just like the C brace initializer.
Yeah.
Here's fixed image weights by
Oh, it's really-
terms. That's so is shape input. Reshape dog constant. Oh yeah, but what he wants to do with this chip is do everything in terms of what he thinks are the ultimate three primitives of add, mul, and like view or reshape all, basically permute.
Yeah.
And then because the sizes of matrices and stuff are known up front, get rid of the warp scheduler, the chip he makes, and just have like a giant static block that's queued through like basically compiler analysis
Yeah.
to minimize latency, which is what the warp scheduler is for, and then push it through.
Makes sense. I think
And have only two levels of memory hierarchy in DNS.
that's what I would. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, he actually has some really good ideas. Yeah, I also agree with this. I think that we should be offloading as much to the compiler as possible because you can just use profile guided optimization to like the stuff that they talk about. Oh, but if you push out the compiler doesn't know how the function to be called. Well,
Yeah, but to need
compile the
it,
program and then use that PGO to make your program like have the correct ratio of like jumps to whatever.
oh, on that note, another thing it has to get performance is just building in like a simple model or beam search as a primitive rather than trying to find like the optimal way to compile something, just like brute force search it.
Yeah, I guess you could do that, but I don't really want to. I honestly am fine with having. I mean, there should be like a release and a debug build, obviously.
I think this is just like a function you can use that will try to find an optimal form for something. You're not
Yeah.
obligated to call it, but maybe where that would be very because it would have some inputs going to blow up on.
Yeah.
Okay, so the only thing to implement is functions, which means they have to do everything. Arbitrary. New identifiers can be completely numeric.
This is actually very similar to what you do it if you're building a compiler. Yeah, so I'm using LLVM, and it's basically almost exactly like this. What you'll do is you start with a program,
Yeah.
and then you'll turn it into these LLVM like functions, and if you compile the LLVM thingy, so that's probably literally what we're doing over here. Little key.
The strategy of turning things into compiler problems I'm a big fan of.
That's
It's part of why I wanted to pair with you as someone
Yeah.
who like gets it.
I'm a big compiler cell. Compiler cells versus.
It's just like pushing more things to the type system is handy.
I agree.
And also because it's like actually I thought about this.
Yeah.
The compiler is essentially the only program that's basically universally used for a given language. Like yes, there are multiple compilers, usually not. There's usually one that's like more dominant with a notable exception of C.
Yeah, I was gonna point it out. Yeah, the only C and C++.
Whatever. You know what I mean.
Yeah.
And you knew I knew that for C++. Little pedant. But otherwise, yeah, and monolithic compiler. Rust, I think, has done well for having a monolithic compiler.
It has, but like a lot of people are concerned about like like reproducibility because you can't build the Rust compiler from another language. Which use mrustc to compile like Rust, MSRV like 65.
Okay, but this is just like not something I'm not as worried about. I'm not happy about it, obviously. Like in an ideal world, I'd rather have more.
Reflections on Trusting Trust by Donald Booth.
I'm writing a letter to me. So I'm actually having my dad draft it. I'm gonna sell him on the hyperreals.
What do you want it to do with the hyperview?
He actually does quite a lot. Because when you heard about the surreal numbers when Conway came up with them in the 60s, within like a week, he locked himself in a hotel for another week and wrote the book on it.
Oh yeah, I do remember that. I watched it.
And the girl at Whitehaven gave it to me as a gift, like as a form of flirting.
Go
So,
ahead.
yeah.
Which girl? Do I know them?
No,
Not nice. Okay.
not the last batch. Just a random guess.
Everybody.
But the he's never used them for anything as far as I can tell, which is not such a surprise because the surreals are super elegant, but the problem is actually using them. And this is where hyperreals come in because he's got the book Concrete Mathematics, Continuous plus Discrete Math.
Yes.
And I've read bits of it. So many of the problems benefit from the hyperreals, and especially because of the discrete kind of focus, the hyper integers, the infinite ones. Because Knuth is certainly familiar with infinitesimals. He's familiar with ordinals and stuff. But with ordinals, you can only add and multiply. Here, you can not just like divide and subtract, but take square roots, subtract 4.7, all sorts of shit.
But like, he already is sold on the surreals. Why does he need to be sold on the hyper? I'm sure he already.
Because hyperreals he can actually use for stuff. Like, he write a paper about that uses them where the paper is just ordinary. Because the surreals don't have a transfer principle, and you can't. Or there's difficulties in defining things like the exponential function.
Why do I need to use the exponential function in practice?
Like, hardly eat it, I know. That is money practice.
That's true. I guess I was thinking about it purely in terms of like utility. Because I learned about this real functions in order to do like, oh, can I finally do expected utility calculations on
It's
it?
like also he has a lot of things that are basically analytic combinatorics, counting stuff by using analysis. This is perfectly in that vein. And just like this discrete formulation, because he's already halfway there.
Yeah.
Awful big O notation. And the little O.
Wait, did he do that?
Yeah.
Okay.
He wrote a whole paper about why more people should do it, but it's inferior. Even Tao agreed. Tao's blog not only talks about non-standard analysis, but for a guy who's not really a shill for it, it nonetheless has sections where he even like straight up says that if you just use non-standard analysis fully, that the thing he's talking about would just be like better. I'm pulling up one to show you the one for Big O.
How did you just get to pull up the exact like thing?
I'm using the Arc browser, and then it has basically I'm feeling lucky, but it'll use like AI,
Okay, gotcha.
and it works pretty well. Not that tolerant of spelling errors, though. That's why I fixed that the spelling is specified. But if one uses the non-standard, it becomes possible again to form such sets. The formatting is broken for some reason, but it's basically the point like big
Yeah.
O of one is all the limited numbers. But in the standard framework, saying the finite numbers is meaningless because all of them are finite. So what
Yeah.
the hell good is that? But that's not what you wanted, obviously.
Yeah.
But non-standard analysis is genuinely a set. E- Even for those infinite problems, like talking about the set of all strings or all finite strings,
Yeah.
which is hard to get a handle on. You could say all finite strings up to some fixed hyperfinite length, which will include all the regular finite. It will also inevitably include lots of non-finite, but this is impossible to avoid completely.
Makes sense.
I mean, yeah, the caveat that they're not external sets, but that's not too bad. This trick can make it however be restored by using non-standard analysis. So it's just like I'm talking about this, but if you just like use this, you would have like had it easier. You also wouldn't have to learn like these growth rate rules and what's valid on the left or right hand sides and when the notation is exactly specifying something because you could just use the number which you already know how to use.
That's true. I never take a real analysis, so I don't know.
My biggest argument for it is literally just the only math that's really reinforcing people on the daily, even for mathematicians and the illiterate, is just like basic arithmetic.
Gotcha. Yeah, that's pretty much true.
Like the four operations have been drilled
Yeah.
into you almost from birth.
True.
And so this is just like extending that. I read some of the pedagogy papers. Interestingly, plenty of people have an intuition of infinitesimals. The whole 0.999 is basically an outgrowth of this. But the unlimited numbers, people do not think of those intuitively. Those are just like missing and have to be like given to the
I
student.
forget, in this real number system, is 0.999 really equal to 1, or is like, or is it doesn't do some funky thing? I remember reading somewhere that it like is not equal to 1 in this real numbers.
I think it still depends on how you interpret it. Like saying that 0.99 is not one, even in the hyperreal, is also false. But it's like false in a way that's
Subtle.
like, yeah, that still that the notation and the convergence defines it. It's just that the convergence is now up to all hyperreals and not all naturals. But it still highlights the thing that when people mean it,
Yeah.
that it is meaningful to say there's a little bit of difference, even if the notation in this
Sounds
case
good.
like gets rid of it.
Epic.
It doesn't like get rid of the issue, but it does clarify it.
Hold on, I have to show you. I made this one with AI. You've seen this, I'm sure.
The hell's with the face?
It's a Bojack. Basically, there's like a Bojack Laura, and you can like make unlimited Bojacks. It's actually really good.
Kids probably real mathematicians use countries that fail. Let's discuss refund and three. Okay, in hashtag general is the best ever. Actually, it actually seemed like entirely normal
Yeah.
to me, but in general, I use latex for everything. Actually, thanks it makes interesting. I could solve this if it wasn't for my ADHD. Just lazy.
Can you believe that Claude 3.5 came up with all of these? It's literally completely AI generated.
I'm
Even the-
impressed that it could like come up with like good insults.
Dude, it actually can. Wait,
Because
I'll pull it up.
normally insults like how warm it would insult you.
This one, like, just put in something.
Virgin algebraic versus Chad geometer.
It doesn't do like virgin versus China. It
Only
will make
Wojak.
only Wojak.
Oh right.
There is another one that will make
Shame. I like the Virgin Chad format a lot. Okay, the Wojak one. Standard analyst using levels.
F sharp developer. Look at this.
All right. Intro. Haskell is mainstream. The monads are simple. There was a party at Andromeda where like four of us tried to explain to Lauren what a monad was, which went about as well as you'd expect.
To Lauren,
Not the one you're thinking.
I know that I.
Actually, maybe the one you're thinking.
Oh yeah, I know her.
Well, her, yeah.
Yeah. Dude, it's such a tiny world. I literally came here 2 years ago. Exact same people at this party 2 years later.
That's true.
Half-Life.
Who the fuck is Matt Odell? Leo Tolstoy. I want to see Tolstoy. Wait, come up with one for Fyodor Dostoevsky after that.
Yeah,
That's
okay.
War and Peace of the 12 for a simple peasant. It's just like failed romances. Cheese on white with serfs. Wait, really?
Could be. I don't know.
I've renounced all worldly possessions except my 13. The Buddha renounced his one. So
Yeah. But it's 300 pages.
I'm against them. They're constantly race to the czar. I wonder if it's accurate. I think the 13 kids is at least essentially accurate in that. Oh, I get it. Let's show me this phone. How long did you need it?
17 seconds on average.
Okay. Good job to the generator of the website. They got me.
Yeah.
Even the phrase on average. Okay. I'm not depressed. I was dead. But even now, it's like, I was dead. Cancel was on gambling addiction. This is not an see. That's a thumbs down, unfortunately.
Unfortunately. Metal Gear Rising.
Putin. I know more about Putin than Metal Gear, which I've only seen.
I've only seen the memes.
Russian can be strong like there.
Now only who checks on their bed for
Perfect health. Wait, I know Biden.
Oh my goodness. I don't know if it'll have the latest news on Biden, but
Yeah, but still. Like people have been making the joke about Biden for
yeah, that's true. That's true. Have you seen that one clip of Biden like goofing out? Like like the
One
Medicare one?
uh,
Wait, I gotta show you this.
sure.
It was from last night. So generate Bojack face. This is the future of memes. You'll just be scrolling on your phone. It'll be like an endless feed of memes with just like,
I'm thinking of the phrase that I learned gooning.
oh my goodness.
This is like gooning, but with your finger meeting. But it's the same thing if you're like seeping in your sweat sitting in one spot.
Yes.
You must.
Biden. Oh my god, you even got the ice cream.
I beat come on, man. Forget what he's saying. Soft bike.
No more monarchy.
He proceeds to monarchy, James. Calls half-word fascists. Putin can stay in power. Point of you mean that.
Classic.
I think you're above. You're above.
Good. Oh yeah, here's what I want to show you. Biden,
Medicare.
um, Biden beat Medicare.
Is this from yesterday?
Yeah. This,
Finally.
yeah, wait, you'll see what I mean.
This is what you get for using.
Want to get it out of it. National debt.
He's swaying.
He had the largest national debt of any president for your period. Number two, he had $2 trillion tax cut. Very wealthy. But now not even fix the tax system. For example, we have 1,000 trillionaires in America. What's happening? They're in a situation where they pay 8.2% taxes. If they just pay 24%, 25%, either one of those numbers, then they're going to supply $100 billion, let's say, in a 10-year period. We'd be right about his debt. We'd be able to make sure that all those things we need to do, child care, elder care, making sure that we continue to spend on the healthcare system, making sure that we're able to make every single solitary person the COVID. That's going to be with dealing with everything we have to do with.
Once Trump actually just doesn't confuse himself.
If we finally beat Medicare,
it just I don't know. That was just the most incoherent. Like I don't even know what he meant by that.
Uh, even the part at the beginning where he looked like my grandpa when I once like accidentally offended him and he was like about to burst into tears, but because like old Indian guy never cried.
He's so sad.
Yeah, like when he just like stared, like see he's like off to
Yeah.
the hell, and he like sways a bit.
What were discussions of any president?
And Trump is just sort of like
Yeah, dude. Like, dude, when his expression is just like, what did he mean by this? I'm not gonna lie, Trump like looked amazing, not because he was amazing, but just because his opponent was so bad.
and he was like
Yeah,
more coherent, relatively speaking.
yeah, it's kind of rough.
Not, I don't think they will replace him, but who would even do it with? Harris won't get it.
Gavin Newsom is the only possible candidate.
If that happens, dude, Gavin's gonna be able to repaint his house white with how much she's gonna come.
Literally, literally, dude. You can go to Poly Market and just see like Joe Biden. It's like so bad. Like obviously they've
Oh
overpaid.
wow, yeah, that's too much. That's some money there.
Yeah, there is some money there, but I'm not gonna bother with it. And you can also look at like Gavin Newsom is at 8%. I'm surprised that Joe Biden went all the way back up because he dipped all the way down to I believe at one point he dipped all the way down to like 70%. But
Oh, was it?
that,
I
I think
didn't realize they bought like a 90% chance or
yeah, no, for a while though it was really low and you could have bought it at like 86 cents, which was according to my roommate free money. Oh yeah, it was at like
is Poly
86
Market
cents.
for real?
Yes, for real money, for real Ethereum, should I say? Yeah, I think it was like 84 cents at one point, and then it went all the way up to 90, and then bang.
Maybe it's worth putting like a little bit of money into Gavin, just like speculatively. Because if you got it, one, that would be like an insane long shot, and two, you would look so good for future employers.
True, but also like, here's the thing: who is voting for Michelle Obama? People keep pumping up Michelle Obama. I've never seen her do anything relevant into politics in the past like 8 years. Like,
No, Obama, if he was president, people would probably vote for him again if given the chance.
yeah, dude, Obama looks so good right now. But why are people even voting for Michelle Obama? What does she have going for her? Literally nothing.
She has one thing, being what, and
Yeah.
being recognized for it. Although, honestly, most of what I know about Michelle Obama is like people complaining about her like lunch.
Dude,
policy.
literally. And that's what everyone remembers. Like, I remember the lunch policy because it's what affected me.
What happened to your food at school?
Nothing happened. I got my mom made my like,
That's the most Indian answer,
But-
but it's true for me too.
Yeah,
Still,
but like I saw what other kids were eating. They were like, I don't have pizza anymore or something like that. Right. Anyway. But also, I didn't really know that much about politics at the time, so I didn't really.
they give school pizza and how disgusting it was. I don't know if you would have the misfortune of their sort of rectangular pizza.
Oh, dude, that I remember in elementary school that's all we used to eat. Yeah.
Kids think they are stupid. Huh?
I finally draw the connection. Okay.
Michelle, like,
I do not believe Michelle. I would bet
also that she was like even odds with Gavin is ridiculous.
it's ridiculous. Gavin is a much better shot than Michelle. Someone is just
I also like though that Kamala Harris is not even on this list.
Kamala's 4%. Like she's literally below Mother. I think people are too like
If she ever sees this, she's gonna be kind of miffed.
she has very reason to be miffed. But like I don't think if people put her as the nominee, she would not win, unfortunately.
Yeah. Same. Below others, just like this little.
It's rough, bro. No
Who's the
respect.
one? Who's the one person below her?
Hillary Clinton.
That's even funnier, given that Hillary Clinton technically has just as much of like an opening as she did before, and I don't think her brain's turned to mush yet.
I think she just doesn't want to run. Like she said something like, "I don't want to run," So that might be why.
Just losing like broke her.
Not really, but like I can also like if I imagine running for president and not getting it, I'd just be like, you know what, it wasn't worth it. It was too much of a toll. It's not even worth like the effort, and
You
I
know,
just retire.
the whole, not just like losing, but losing while winning the popular vote.
Not really. I think I'd be proud I won the popular vote. I'd be like, well, made it. It was a
I'm
good
not sure
shot.
how to vote.
Yeah. I'm just imagining. I'm putting myself in her shoes. I would just be like, I feel like
I think you put yourself in your shoes, her shoes, you'd also need to put like 30 years worth of power seeking in those boots too.
okay, that's true. I'm not really that power seeking yet.
And she obviously is.
Yeah. I don't know. It's a
It
good
was like right after Bill dipped from presidency, she when she was put up for the 2000 New York State Senate or just like Senate. I think she became senator for New York. I think at the national level.
Yeah. Apparently, I don't know if this is true. It might just be apocryphal, but she apparently was a non-speaking terms with Bill Clinton until like there was one opportunity, um, because of like the Monica Lewinsky incident, and then the only time she called Bill was to tell him that he should bomb like like Croatia or something in the NATO war. And it was like,
Wait, was it? Wait a minute. Was this the one?
this is
Serbia?
yeah,
Was it-
exactly. It's a Serbia Kosovo thing, but it's probably fake. But I just remember reading it somewhere.
If that's true, wait, hang on, I'm gonna send you something. Matt Lakeman. There. Here, just look at this. The fact that it's tagged with Bill Clinton already. Here's a Bill. I felt like it was a caricature American state. He visited like a couple years ago.
That's amazing. They made him a statue.
I didn't even notice the statue below the giant painted thing, but yeah, just
We love Bill Clinton.
doing like the Hitler salute. Some homes have portraits of him. Is the only country besides us to celebrate the 4th of
We
July.
could just colonize them.
There's a Bill Clinton Street of Malibu and Albert. They have more knowledge of America than we do.
This is huge. Some of it's at 4th of July, and they celebrate the
Even Biden's dead son, the better one, is on their Bo Biden roadway.
Yeah, I feel like
I don't know who Wesley Clark is. Some children named Clinton and Hillary.
yes. That's crazy.
And it's all because they bombed them. So actually, maybe it was good move on her part.
Yeah, I know. He's been immortalized.
Yeah, there it is. This is why.
Yeah.
NATO forces, which were mostly Americans, bombed it. That was it. It loves America more than America. Yeah, that's true. This also links to some very cringe songs.
Yes. Good. I'll probably head out because I. Oh, actually no. You're gonna drive me, right?
Yeah.
It's about 15 more minutes.
Okay.
Sick.
Let's look a little more close.
Wait, can I do PyTorch? What happens if I type in PyTorch? When I make a PyTorch.
You figure that out after that list continues. So where we're gonna use autodidacts.
Yeah, I think we should do both. Because I feel like the implementation is covered well by Dynamite, or sorry, Siley. And we should PyTorch it.
Signing does not have bindings yet, actually. Probably the highest value thing, although not highest learning, would be to write bindings to it.
To Jax.
From signing to like something that's in like C or whatever, to make it like actually fast. With proper GPU support.
I think the highest value thing that we could do, like would probably just be to write very Jax-like bindings, so people could just port their code directly over from Jax or PyTorch, and then people would use it whenever they're like, I want to make an ML project in League.
Oh,
And
it's Jax like API.
Yeah, and they're like, oh wow, there's just a simple port which is just like one for one with the Jax or yeah, and then they'll do that. And probably we should just even do PyTorch because PyTorch is even more popular than Jax.
PyTorch is more popular, but I think Jax would be like more
Better.
aligned to the point to be much easier.
Yeah,
And also, this language is more capable of what doing Jax is than Python is for sure.
yeah. Fair enough. We should just do Jax then. And also I want to learn Jax. I haven't touched Jax.
It's the way.
I'm hungry. Do you got any like
That's what
yeah. Yeah, it's
right now, which is literally just like the of class because it's just one email.
sounds good.
And that's
I'm gonna figure out the right stabilization law.
all right. I'll have the basic bits. We're also gonna have like no proofs because float just poisons proofs. Nothing is
Yeah, nothing. We're not going to prove anything. We'll just sort of prove our way through it, and then we can worry about proofs later.
Admiral. Negate. Sine, cosine. Exponent log. Transpose. I'm glad for global type transference.
Really.
It's another feature that's kind of controversial, but I like.
I think it has advantages. I'm not doing it for my language because the main issue is I want to like make it replicable, and it kind of would be weird
Like we need the whole program.
if I need the whole program. So I just say like it can use anything above the current to type input, but can't use future information. It also makes my life easier. So
I wonder if we does it bidirectionally.
it probably does. It does. It's very advanced. They do a lot of crazy stuff.
Its only limitation is the technical one that you have to do it in linearized order of the code you write.
Yeah.
But it's because you can define custom notation, so it's like fine.
Yeah.
So many things that Lean does are just undecidable. Even its parenthesization, I think, is undecidable. It has a parenthesizer, but it uses heuristics, and it works for like Pratt parsers. But if you just give it like an arbitrary thing,
So
it's not. It's undecidable whether it's even like legal to put a paren in a given location.
it's very interesting.
Mostly what I've learned over the years in programming languages that like everything interesting is undecidable, yet this isn't that big of a deal.
Yeah, because most cases are nice.
Yeah, and the world keeps turning.
Yeah.
And finding Joel David Hampton's paper on generic complexity was pretty nice.
It's, Okay, wait, I'm sending you something. This explains why they're linearizing. You know what I hate? They made the Flask logo. They made it crap. But yeah.
I will also add this to the weekly.
You think Biden? Wait, do they have any more debates?
I wonder has anyone thought that step out? I would imagine they might be reeling from yesterday.
Yeah.
But and they, I thought there's like a round of what, like 3 or 4 normally.
Yeah. There's nothing coming on September 10th.
Really, it is.
Yeah.
Do you think it's gonna happen?
I think Biden, if Biden's gonna pull out, he would probably do it before the second debate to give his time, like, because otherwise, like, the more he waits,
Do you think he's gonna pull out? But I don't see that.
I don't think so. I think it's too risky. I think he's just gonna try to like, he might pull out the debate and just be like, I can address them on my own or something like that, which would be lame, but like, it might be
Better. If
better.
it's better, that's horrifying. But you already know that. It's like your middle name Smith, or is it just you pick Smith because it's like generic?
I picked that because generic. I was like,
That looks like when I looked at Govins, I totally forgot your last name was Pampale. So I looked up Govin Smith like a while ago and found nothing, and that makes sense now.
I just picked it because like, okay, if they don't take my real name, maybe they'll take some like obvious dummy name I made up, and they did. So that's what I stuck with.
That's for sure.
I even sent them my driver's license and I told them, but I think the reason why I didn't approve my name is there's nowhere to say I actually lied about my name, so I misspelled it and I showed my driver's. They still didn't change it, so I guess I'm just stuck with this for life. And it's like whatever. It's gonna be a thing.
At least the new name has an incremental compilation. It is. I'm also just adding a couple of instances for the value thing. Even if we're not using it, but
Sure,
you
go
want
for it. Go for
this way. Let's see, for adding, you add the data, but you also just add the gradient. And then for
it. I guess I'm just kind of confused why you're doing this because we won't end up using it pretty much like at all. Like there's no grad. We'll be constructing a graph. So like all of your things will just be like building a graph object and it will send it to the compiler. You should just read the thing that I sent you. And that will give you some insight to linearization, which I think you may end up doing for data. We'll see.
Alright.
Man, I'm so glad you're a mathematician. Some of this stuff is confusing.
At least when confused, mathematicians are good at getting out of it from using formulas.
Yes. No, it's just that I don't really understand what like okay, maybe it would probably make more sense to go from the top. But basically, this is the premise. Between part of it,
This is in the Discord.
I sent you on Discord.
Discord is like every time I open it, and it,
Yeah, I use a web version.
I prefer algorithmic differentiation. I don't know, yeah. Let's trace it back to Euler Gauss. I think this actually did escape. Four just four. Jax makes this point that forward and reverse can be viewed as the same thing, just interpreted in different directions.
It's also it explains what they mean by JDP and whatever the number is. It
The
goes
vector
over-
Jacobian and
I'm actually okay. So yeah. Anyway, just keep reading it, but and then I'll explain the part which I'm confused.
and
Wait, you're over there. Okay, so this is the part. If you go up a bit, here's the part. Why do we in practice so before direct comparison and Jacobian multiply by some vector? I thought the way that we the way we basically do it is we evaluate the function at some point, we get the vector at that point. But it's not directional derivative. It's not like along some vector r. It just the Jacobian evaluated at that point. So why do we care about the Jacobian vector phi? Where do we even use that?
look at this bit with the vector of lines.
I also don't know what they mean by x dot because like you have to pick some variable x. I assume it's x dot with respect to whatever variable they choose to differentiate.
We should probably implicitly. Yeah, here. The Jacobian matrix is a bunch of directional derivatives, but they're just along the unit basis vectors. I mean, partial derivative is the directional derivative with respect to like E1 or whatever.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
And so given this basis of directional derivatives, canonical-ish directional derivatives, um, okay, this makes more sense. Look, so in the special case when, should really write the one explicitly. When f maps into a scalar,
Yeah.
then Rn, but this will only have one row. So column to row. Yeah, it'll have one. So this would just be to matrix multiply would just be a dot product. So this is the same thing as like if you get rid of the dot and you evaluate it,
Is
it's
this
equivalent to a
the
dot.
same? Is this the same as this? Like dx and okay, yes, this is the same dimension, but then forward mode gives us one row. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. All right.
Yeah, this one they're saying in the case
Okay,
of
yeah.
backward where it'd be more relevant. Yeah, because then Jacobians like this, vectors like this, and so their dot is just a number.
Yeah, but I guess this is a weird case because it explicitly wants there to be only like one like reverse mode gives you like the variable the grades of everything. Wait, hold on. So reverse mode gives us all of the dy's with one. Sorry, this is all the dx. So reverse mode is like these beige squares, right? Like these beige rectangles, because it gives us like a derivative with respect to all x's. Um, versus if you're doing forward mode, you
Yeah,
get
okay,
more
I see. Yeah.
columns.
All the x's, all the inputs
Yeah.
to one, whereas all the y's,
Yeah.
all the outputs. Yeah, okay.
So if we have that, we get forward mode will give us a single column, but that doesn't multiply with that r because that's also a column. It needs to be horizontal.
This is where we put a transpose somewhere. Just talk to the Jacobian vector.
Maybe they say matrix vector multiplication. They mean whatever matrix that works out with us. So they write it like vertically, but they really
So right after, I think he's going into the detail there.
yeah. But I want to understand.
Because look, in reverse mode, one calculates. See, you transpose R, and you also put it on the opposite side.
Is that this one one?
Well, let's see if R is like that. Transposing it will.
So R is a column, and when we do forward mode, we get a row. Um, yeah. Okay. Sorry. Forward mode gives us a column, and then we take this vector, we rotate it. Yeah, that ought to work out. That works. Okay, good. So, for instance, FR gives us the form is essentially F dot one, where I is a vector of ones.
Oh, by the way, the dot I think is also an artifact of like the whole idea that dot products in general give you projections. Where you have this.
No, this dot is from this Newton's notation for derivatives.
No, oh, sorry, I thought you meant that dot, not that dot.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. But this is like the interpretation of this vector is
Yeah.
projected onto the derivative to get its directional component.
Gotcha.
So for notational reasons, like
Can I? Oh wait, sorry. Not
Yeah.
to interrupt.
Yeah.
Could you drive me to the
yeah,
so I'm not late?
no problem.
We should definitely.
I can keep talking about it in the car even.
Yeah.
Not really an obstacle.
Oh yeah. We should definitely finish this off. I want to. I think this is very interesting.
So it'll take some time, but we both have time. Because it seems like all you have is maths and like living in Berkeley.
I have maths in my research, but right, I also have like personal projects would take up a ton of time. I need to get better at
Time and honestly, the big question is the way it just practice really to do the obvious things. And his live stream. When I worked at well, yeah, there's Gavin,